Hello to everybody.
How's everyone?
Good, how are you?
Good, doing well. Not bad for a Tuesday.
Not bad at all. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's 4 p.m. on August 25th for the Economic Development Corporation, I guess now. If we can certify public notice, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, notice was posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act on August 21st at 11:01 a.m.
Excellent. Do you know if we have anybody on the phone for public comments?
We have not received requests for public comment.
All right. So Omar, if we have no public comments, can I just close them or?
You can move on to the next item.
All right. Okay, moving on. So moving on to our regular agenda items, consider approval of the June 30th and August 6th board meeting minutes. Board, do you have any discussion on that? No. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to accept the minutes of the June 30th and August 6th meeting.
A second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye or raise your right hand, please. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, moving on to agenda item B.
I apologize. I apologize if I missed it. Did we do a roll call?
No. Oh, sorry, we did not. I just asked if we did. If I can get the roll call, Blanca, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, so President Hiram Govine.
Present.
Vice President Roland Gomez.
Present.
Secretary Dan Diaz.
Present.
Treasurer Ronnie Rivera.
Present.
Director Veronica Gonzalez.
Present.
Director Sabrina Walker Hernandez.
Present.
And Director Raul Resendez.
Okay, so just one absent. All right, sorry, meeting's been called to order and roll call's been complete and established quorum. All right, moving on to agenda item B under regular agenda items, consider authorizing the administrative designees. We're just adding Dago, correct, Blanca, Brian?
Yes.
So Dago's our financial officer here in the city of Edinburg. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
And second.
All's in favor, signify by saying aye or raising your right hand.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item C, presentation of the July 2020 financials. Blanca, did you want to take this one? Or
I'm going to share my screen, and Mr. Chris Villarreal is also on the Zoom meeting. So, 1 second.
Hello, can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, great. All righty. My name is Chris Villarreal. I'm a CPA out of Harlingen, and I've been working with Edinburg maybe about a few months before Joey Trevino left. So I've been around for about a couple of years, and we've been working on these financials, kind of formatted these financials to where the board has likened them to the way they are right now. Of course, that was the past board, and things are evolutionizing to with new staff, and you're going to have a new set of financials after this fiscal year. So this is the report, how we used to present it and how we are presenting it now. What we have in front of us is a management report for the period ended July 31st, 2020. We have August and September left, so this is 10 months through the calendar year. We present the statement of cash receipts, disbursements, and cash balances. That's our primary report. Basically, just so that we can inform the board what happened last month and the months prior. And also on this report, we kind of look for trends and all that kind of stuff. So we kind of compare it to the budget and the variances and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of information on this on one report. Supplementary information, we have like the balance sheet, statement of net assets, and also a accounts receivable aging summary. In accounts payable, we're not doing accounts payable right now. Ever since Nelda had left, the prior CFO, there hasn't been anybody on staff to manage the accounts payable or record them as they come in the mail. So accounts payable is nothing. Basically, we're basically on a cash basis a little bit, except for a couple items. So let's talk about the statement of cash receipts, disbursements, and cash balances. This is a bird's eye view of the fiscal year. The fiscal year begins in October 2019. And so what we have is by column. You'll see October, November, December, and so on. And then to the right of September, you'll see year-to-date actual. And then you'll see our budget and percentage to date and remaining budget balance. So if I can just you can see like from a bird's eye view, the very top row is our half-cent sales tax revenue. And you'll see, if you look on a month by month, you'll see it's been about $500,000 a month. You'll see that it climbed up about $600,000 in February, dipped down to $475,000. April, we didn't collect it until May. In June, we didn't collect it until July. So you'll see those amounts doubling up a little bit there. So the trend has been about over $500,000 at least, except for that 1 month in March. It could have been I don't think it was really a COVID factor at that time. because we're collecting our monies in a lag time. So, we've been pretty steady collecting our house and sales tax revenue even during this environment of COVID. Other ways we collect money are through lease payments. We also collect, had some minor transactions in the sale of property. That's immaterial. Investment interest. We have put some monies. When we collected our money from the 2019 bond, we put it into a Techstar account. That was earning pretty good interest there. We have other money set aside somewhere else too. And I'll show you that later too. But you'll see that we were collecting interest of $20,000, $18,000, and then it just kind of dove down to about $6,000 in April, $4,000 in May. And I think just because of the interest rates, I think that really is a COVID effect right there through the interest rates that were there. One thing I do want to mention on these cash receipts, this is everything that's going into the operating account. And so those monies that are accruing interest, they're sitting in a restricted account. So that's why on the bottom, interest earned in restricted funds, we're kind of backing it out because those are monies that are sitting in a restricted account. Okay. So cash disbursements, we've got everything in a functional manner. They're in categories. We got personnel expenses. We don't have any kind of employees per se in EDC. They are staffed by the city. But the city just asks for reimbursement and we go ahead and pay them back. So it hasn't been on a consistent basis, but I'm sure there's going to be another bill coming in where we do got to pay the city back. Overhead, operating expenses, you'll see that, if I can kind of skip over to the year to date, you'll see that for the years, personnel expenses are $264,000. We had budgeted $480,000. Operating expense, total operating expense, we have spent $68,000. We have budgeted $148,000. Maintenance expense, we own some property, so there's some like landscaping and things like that over there, so maybe some repairs. We have spent $39,000 over there. We have budgeted $26,000. Okay, next page. And on the next page, you'll see marketing expense. We have spent $184,000 for the year, and we have budgeted $400,000. Contractual services, you got legislative coordinator, you got accounting, you got legal, architecture, feasibility. We have spent so far for the year $229,000, and we had budgeted $740,000. Developmental expenditures is either the incentives that we give out. We have spent $651,000 for the year, and we had budgeted $1.8 million. Capital outlay, a large part of this is going to be through the 2019 bonds that we collected, and we collected this money to build out these projects. You'll see that North Park project is a major player in this section here. And then of course we got El Tule and we got the Resource Center. You'll see that for the year so far, year to date, we spent almost $2.5 million and we budgeted 1.5. Before I go to the next page, I do want to say that, in years past, in and around these months, management has typically kind of amended the budget and asked for approval. So that way we can have a balanced budget before the year ends. Next page. We have the EDC properties. This is basically going to be property taxes and debt service. You'll see our last slew of debt payments was back in February. We made some in August, and you'll see that on the next report. So you'll see year to date, we spent $2.2 million, and we have budget for $3 million. That's going to be on target pretty much. So for year to date, we have a net decrease in cash of $673,000. We started out with $4.6 million in unrestricted cash. And so far as of the end of last month, we had $3.9 million in unrestricted cash. In the section below is just a breakdown of all of our cash accounts. We have unrestricted and restricted. And I'm just kind of showing you where what the interest rates are for those interest-bearing accounts, in case anybody has any questions on those. Okay, next page. This is basically going to be property taxes and debt service. You'll see our last slew of debt payments was back in February. We made some in August, and you'll see that on the next report. So year to date, we spent $2.2 million, and we have budgeted for $3 million. this is our balance sheet. This is a very important financial report. These are our total assets. We have almost $41 million in total assets. You know, a large part of that's going to be cash, almost $20 million in cash. So almost 50% in cash. Accounts receivable, $1.4 million. I'm going to talk about that on the next page. We got fixed assets, buildings, furniture, and equipment, $7 million. That's something that we can, I know we sold some property last year, but we'll probably need to take a look at that as management does. Other assets, Santana. This is monies that we loaned to Santana. We loaned them a $5 million loan and then a $10 million back around 2015. We actually got a bond for that. So that's really going to be an integral part of the accounts receivable because we've been invoicing Santana for interest and late fees, and we'll take a look at that on the next couple of pages. Next page is going to be our liabilities. You'll see this is basically going to be our long-term debt. What you see in the current liabilities is going to be the current portion of long-term debt, and then long-term debt is going to be the Ebony Hills bond, the Parks and Rec bond, the 2015 bonds long-term, that's the Santana one, and of course the new series 2019 bond. So those are our obligations as a unit here at EADC. Okay. So we have a net equity of $13,517,000. Okay, next page. This is where we're going to have a breakdown of our who owes us money. Nuco, Tool, and Regali. Those are going to be our tenants. I think Nuco, you'll see there, they have a large balance there. I think the board can talk about that internally. Santana Textiles. You know, this is where we've been we did a refinance on Santana back in 2018, August 2018. And I think they made one payment after that, and they haven't paid us since then. So we just kind of been invoicing them interest and late fees as if they're still going to pay us back. Okay. And that's basically it for the financials through through July 2020. I'm sure you have a lot of, if you have any questions, feel free to shoot them away. I'll be more than happy to answer.
I don't know if I'm on mute. Sorry. Board, I know I've had me and Chris a few months ago really dive deep into a lot of these things. I know there's a lot of information. Chris, unfortunately, the same thing happened whenever, you provided me this last time. When we printed out the YTD, actually October to the right of everything is cut off on our document. So we can't see it.
I apologize about that.
Yeah. So whenever you pulled it up online there, you can see it, and I'm kind of scrolling through our digital version over here if we have it or not. It might help with the questions, but what we could do is maybe Blanca, if you can maybe provide all of the board, the one that shows all the financials without it cut off, and maybe they're online.
I'm looking at what Blanca sees, so I see.
Yeah, so actually, if we pull it up online, guys, if y'all check in your email box, your agenda has it on there. If you want to look it up for the entire, it'll show after September. It'll show YTD annual budget, percent to date, and remaining budget balance, like that there.
Okay, we'll do a better job.
No, it's not. It just needs to be printed on legal paper, is what it is, and it's just so long as well. But Blanca did send it to us via
we could next month just present the last month and year to date. That way we have fit everything on one page, since we've already talked about the past.
Okay, and I'm sure people have questions, and it's a lot of data here. I know when we did it, there was 2 or 3 of us at a time. You kind of took and held our hand through the process, I guess, and fired away. I know the majority of questions that I had were on the interest for the Techstar accounts and for Santana on how it reflected on the books.
Yes. Last time you were inquiring about the interest rate, right?
Correct.
Right. So, as I mentioned before, we were collecting about $20,000 a month, and around April, they kind of dipped down a little bit. And that's because the interest rates just took a nosedive. And I think if it's not a coincidence, then it's because of COVID.
Yeah, I see them dipping down on here as low as 0.96% in March, 0.44 in April.
Yeah, Blanca, can you go down to the next page over, the third page, next one over?
They dropped significantly.
Yes, they have. But so the one that's been pretty consistent is the money that's sitting in Greater State Bank. That's been at 2%. That one hasn't changed. That one's been pretty fixed. The Techstar was a pretty good vehicle of earning interest. But there might be in the near future, we might be taking some money out of that account and putting it into an operating account because that was planned, that was budgeted to reimburse ourselves for the capital projects that we're doing with North Park and Abdullah.
Okay. And on what do you know when the Greater State Bank? I assume it's a CD ends.
No, I don't know when it ends. No, but we can investigate that. Okay. Would you like me to investigate that?
Yes, please, because that 2%'s a great rate right now. I want to know because then with budgeting coming up, that could prove beneficial for the next year.
Do that.
Dude. Hey, Heron.
Yes, please.
This is Raul. And maybe I don't know if it's time right now. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, Raul, how you doing?
Is it realizing that we transition to the city? Do we know where the future of the financials are headed? Are they going under the city umbrella, or are they going to stay independent outside as we've been doing now? Does anybody know where we're at with this as we move forward?
I can help address that, Mr. President, if you like.
Yes, please.
So we obviously, for consistency, we wanted this financial presentation to be with the format under the budget that had previously been adopted. So we will close out this fiscal year looking at it this way. However, I think we can make some improvements on kind of really project transparency and just kind of to track some of this stuff. So the next item on the agenda is kind of a preview of a bit of a different format so that we can kind of deliberately see the difference between programmatic financials and administrative financials. So we can expand a little bit about that once we get to the next topic.
Yeah. And sorry, Veronica, but Raul, we will still be doing the budget. I guess workshop. We'll still be working on our budget, and the majority of it would still come through us. We are just basically outsourcing the staff and the staff portion of items, as far as I'm concerned. Right, Ron?
Yeah, pretty much. Again, the way I simply frame it is the administrative side, which is contractual agreements, personnel, things like that. Anything to administrate the actual functions, that's what goes into this bucket of, the city being reimbursed for. And again, we'll explain a little bit more about that in the next item. But then you're right, and I kind of just landed on a term of the 3 Ps, the programs, projects, and property. Those will stay very deliberately segmented so the EDC board, you can see the progress activity and make financial decisions on those items. So just think of it in terms of administration and then the PPPs, the programs, projects, and property, if that makes sense.
And I guess my question then relates to the PPP because I I'm wondering, I know this is prior to this board, but how long are we going to carry the Santana debt, and what actions are we going to have available to us if we continue to bill and they do not pay? Because it's a substantial amount of money that is still owed.
Absolutely. From a liability standpoint, I mean, that greatly outweighs anything else. We are, as we presented last month, we are actively pursuing some activity on that. When we break into executive, I know there's some items related to incentives that we can elaborate a little more.
Okay.
But we are actively engaged in conversations weekly regarding the movement of that project.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
And I'm sure if you guys pull it up online, you'll be able to get the full view, and maybe have some more questions, and you can send those directly to Blanca and Ron and Brian, and we can get those answers coordinated. And if need be, maybe Chris can kind of sit one-on-one or 3-on-3 with a few people and go line item by line item to go into detail, if that's okay with everyone.
I'd be more than happy to.
Okay. So do we have any other questions at the current moment on the July 2020 financials? Nope. All right. I appreciate it, Chris.
Thank you.
And moving on to the presentation on our fiscal year 2021 budget formats.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be reviewing a little bit of what the format will be. Mr. Garza explained, set the stage a little bit on what the fiscal year 21 will look like. Let me just pull this up to the screen.
Sorry, 1 second, Blanca. Omar, do I need to make a motion to approve or anything like that on the financials? This was just a presentation.
Action item, no.
No? Okay, thank you. Sorry, Blanca, please continue.
Thank you. So the summary of the presentation is to review the future format of fiscal year 21. In essence, we're going to have 4 main buckets, and that will be revenues, debt service, administrative services, and the EDC programs, which Mr. Garza mentioned are the programs, projects, and properties, which we'll showcase in a bit. So this is the first section of the budget where the revenues will be coming from. And as Chris reviewed the fiscal year 20 budget, you saw some of these items listed on there, and we can add more, but these are just an example of what will be included in the revenues. The half-cent sales tax revenue, lease payments, sale of property, and the investment interest, among other types of revenues. The debt service, this is also listed in that previous budget. We'll list the bonds that we have, the senior lien, the second lien, and the third lien. And as you can see, we have this is what's budgeted for the next fiscal year, 21, and we want to ensure that we're very clear and transparent, as this is tied to our sales tax monies. So before we pay anything else, this has to be paid first. The administrative services, this is what Mr. Garza mentioned, that the City of Edinburg is going to be taking over, which is personnel, operating, maintenance, and contractual. And this is not final. I mean, we can explore this and break it down even more. But we're still in the process of, in conversations with our financial director from the City of Edinburg, to ensure we have a true number or a percentage that will reflect the administrative services that we will include in the financial services agreement with the EDC. And then this is the Edinburg EDC programs, projects, and properties. Things that could be included under programs are like the workforce training programs that we funded, or research or marketing, And then under projects is anything that will consist of incentives or physical improvements, which we have in the previous budget that we saw, and also our bond projects. And then our property is also included on here, property tax and any purchase that we make of property will be included on there. I think it's very straightforward. Mr. Garza, I don't know if you want to add anything, or Brian, onto these items. Mr. Garza,
I'm trying to. There we go. Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know, you're waving at me.
Yeah, I was on override there. I think, Blanca, you may be having some audio. It's a little muffled. Try muting it, yours. Yeah, maybe it's a mic thing, but you can pop in and out. But yeah, if we can just stop, because there's basically 4 components. So we can dive in just a little bit more so the board has a good understanding here. Obviously, this is, so what you're looking at here is the framework for which the new budget will be built. And it'll be very kind of deliberate in these 4 sections. Obviously, revenues, this is how we will generate income for the EDC. But sales tax revenue, we're going through a really deliberate exercise right now on the city side. What I will remind this board is that, the city just naturally has some natural diversity to it in terms of sales tax. And what I mean by that, if you take our percentage of small businesses versus some of the big boxes, we have just a very unique distribution. So our big boxes, which is the city's really top performers percentage-wise, that's the Walmart, that's the H-E-B, that's Lowe's. I mean, they're doing just fabulous. And they are making up the difference from collectively all the small businesses that are really struggling. I think looking forward for year 21 and 22, there's a middle category there of things like, JCPenney, Ross, some like Whataburger, 7-Elevens. So they make up very considerable sales tax volume. But, if the cinemas also fall into that kind of tier, so really the future of our sustainability and our resilience is really going to fall on, our theaters. I think JCPenney, again, Roth, those are going to be real drivers if we stay flat, if we grow, or if we decline. Right now, for the remainder of 2020, it looks like we're going to be flat, if not just a little bit up, which is great considering 6 months of such a horrendous impact on our small businesses. But again, looking forward from a projection-wise, 21, I still have some good, cautious optimism there. 22, it really depends on, like I said, JCPenney in itself will really tip us as a city. So obviously with this half-cent sales tax, that's a big driver. So the other thing, like, sales of property, lease payments, those are other strategies that we need to consider on how these revenues relate to the debt service. So Blanca, do you want to go? Well, I guess we can stop right there if there's any feedback, questions, or some comments specific to revenues. If you want to take these one by one. Okay. If not, we can move to debt service. Blanca, you want to go? There you go. Obviously, debt service stay on debt service, please. From an administration standpoint, this is something that we all have very close eyes on. This is not all of it, but our debt service, we need to make sure fundamentally we are sound here. And our debt service overall to our revenues, we need to have a long-term strategy to make sure we're much more conservative there. That's for sure. So as we dive into the budget next month, when we ratify or approve what's going to be for the next fiscal years, I really need to make sure that everybody has a consideration of debt service as our foundation, so that we don't incur this and we be extremely conservative in this standpoint. Next slide, Blanca. So this is the bucket right here, previous to that, the previous question, that the city will administer and get reimbursed. One thing that I really want to take note here, when you can consider this dynamic versus the previous budget, all those really foundational auxiliary services, such as legal, HR, finance, IT, communication, the city is assuming this Department of Economic Development as basically something that we're committed to supporting. So unlike the previous EDC budget, going into this new relationship, the city will be supporting that basically free to the EDC. So obviously the strategy there is we want to put more money into programmatic output. So only those that are direct personnel of the department or have influence to that department will be reflected in this budget. So I do want to bring up that there's a lot of auxiliary support that EDC had previously had to pay for, but now under this kind of arrangement with the city will be supporting basically without seeking reimbursement. That's very important, and that's going to be probably the most substantial cost savings measures. And when we talked about this premise early on with the council, it was really key to look at how we can do this more efficiently without duplication. So I know there was a questions on the previous slide, but I'll stop here if there's any questions on administration before we go back. Okay. Hiran, are you able to unmute yourself? No? Okay. That's very efficient as a presenter, isn't it? That's, Omar, I don't know if you have administrative controls, but the board is not able to unmute themselves.
I do have control. Seems like they should be able to.
Because I wasn't able to, and I know Blanca cannot unmute herself.
There we go.
There we go. There we go.
All right. So
I did have a question.
Okay, there you go.
Go ahead.
Y'all didn't see my sign? I was like,
so I believe I heard Sabrina speak first. Please go ahead.
I did have a question. It's a simple question. Under the contractual, under the legislative piece, is the city and the EDC going to have the same legislative coordinator that?
Yeah, we're going to seek efficiency everywhere we can get it. So what we're committed to is if the city is going to invest in something, then the city will pay for it. But if there's a opportunity to, put EDC money to really expand the capacity, then we will bring those considerations before the board of directors. And so that's a great example. So going into next session, let's just say the city says, okay, we're going to invest $50,000 for legislative support. But obviously in total alignment, if we want to double that down, does the EDC board of directors want to also consider putting another 50 or 20,000, whatever it is, to expand the capacity? But yeah, if we can maximize efficiency, economies of scale there, for sure. But the starter to that is if the city is already doing that, the EDC and the Department of Economic Development will be naturally supported.
Thank you.
That's a good example because that's the exact example that I was wrestling with in my mind.
So,
And then-
Ron, let me ask you, would you then bill the EDC like a pro rata share for maybe particular projects that are beneficial or that are, I guess, benefit the EDC? I mean, if they benefit the EDC, they likely will benefit the city and vice versa. But yeah, so I was just wondering how you would divide that up, or if it would just be something that would be assumed by the city.
So these items, so next month, and remember, we did a very quick transitional administrative services contract in June, but the arrangement is that we do that annually in September as part of the budget process. So next year, we're bringing that, next month, we're bringing that back. And these items will be in there, but you're right. If we want to deviate on some mutually beneficial item, that will be a program that the board must approve if we want to switch that funding over. So, yeah, in other words, we can't just do it without the EDC board, you guys approving that item if we want to bring a switch over of a project. So let's say we want to jointly do a marketing project, a commercial, so to speak, something like that. That would be a prime example of, everybody benefiting from that, but you guys would decide how much would you want to contribute to that project. Which that is, we've already identified that is a need, a marketing package that we need to do. So that will be in future meetings.
Great. One question I had, I know we did it kind of, quick and fast for, simplicity purposes, but whenever we do the next year one, if we can get kind of a detail of what we've spent on those line items, these past few months and up to, I think August 31st is when the new fiscal, switch over happens with us, I believe, right?
October 1st is the beginning of the fiscal year.
But the contract that we have currently doesn't end till the 31st, correct?
It's September 30th. It ends at the end of the fiscal year.
Oh, on the thing it says October 31st on the actual contract.
Okay, October 31st?
Yeah, it says October 31st.
Okay, yeah, we may have overlapped it a month, but every
September. I assumed it was overlapped on purpose.
Yeah.
And then
every
the next
September,
year will be, next year will be, October 1 or 10/1 from then on.
So contractually we'll categorize them, but on the invoice, we will line item the expenses.
Okay, so if we can kind of get that and kind of maybe have a guesstimation on what it'll be, that next year. That's why I think it'll in my math, it's easier for me to check, okay, we have 18% left or 80% left, and we can move things around month to month if we need to be.
And contractually, we'll put amount never to exceed a certain dollar so that it has a top cap.
Okay.
Ron, going a little bit, my question's on the debt service. Like, we go over that.
One second. Anybody else have any more questions on administrative services before we go back to debt? No? Go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
Yeah, so debt services, second lien, third lien. Could you just briefly go over all those items?
Blanca, do you want to just provide a little summary to this, to go top to bottom on these? And I will openly definitely admit that from an administrative standpoint, this right here has been the most challenging to make sure we consolidate everything that's out there in terms of project-wise, and we are not done to the point that we need to be. This has been the number one challenge. That's why I kind of forewarn everybody that debt service to revenue ratio long-term is concerning. So we may not have every single detail on this just quite yet, but I will defer to Brian and Blanca if they have a little more information on these.
Omar, I believe you have to unmute Blanca.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try my best. As Mr. Garza mentioned, that it is very tricky, and it's taken several sessions with our advisors to really understand all of this debt. But from what I can tell you, from what we know, the Ebony Hills bond and along with the Parks and Rec bond, that was from 2013. And the Santana bond was in 2015. And Brian, feel free to jump in if I missed something. Along with the Arena bond, that was 2015, and then the new series, that was 2019. So that was last year. That's the most recent bond. But in the next item, we have a spreadsheet that we have broken down so you can see, but I'll briefly mention that in you can see my screen here, the arena shortage, this is an average, $700,000 average from 2019 and 2020. So the city has this bond and we cover the shortfall. So anything that TERS, there's two types of TERS, and I believe that was on the call, so that will feel free to jump in on that one too. Whatever those two TERS along with the 1% sales tax of the city does not cover, the EDC comes in and covers the difference, which is called the shortfall. So again, on average, we put the average of 700,000, but it may be a little more this coming year or this year and then the next year as well, or it could be less. So we never know. Every year it fluctuates. So we just have the previous year to go by. Go ahead.
The total that needs to be covered is 2.4, correct, annually?
Closer to 3 mil. I'm being conservative, maybe a little bit more, but yeah, around there, 2.5 to 3 budget for that.
So I think that again, we have to just take a note to consider that. You know, we're talking $3 million of debt service. You know, what we're estimating, you know, think of the administrative costs and then, you know, sales tax. That's why revenue and watching that is so key because, you know, just conservatively, if it's a $5 million sales tax, you know, that's $3 million of $5 million that are just debt service. When generally a healthy number of debt service to revenue is in the neighborhood of 20 to 25%.
I believe Brian just asked to be unmuted.
So we've lost control of our controls. So here's here's the easy way to think about this, if there is an easy way. First set of bullet points and third set of bullet points, the EDC is kind of in first position to pay those amounts. So that's what the EDC is on the hook for.
So that's what senior lien means? Like we're the first one in line to pay that?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. You'd have to get our bond counsel on here to explain why the 2019 new series is considered a third lien, but that's money the EDC is sort of in first up to pay.
And new bonds, or what does that mean?
So 2019, there were bonds passed to pay for North Park, and this will make more sense. We'll detail the projects here under that in a second. But like the way to interpret this slide is first and third, right? You can kind of group those. And then the one in the middle for the arena shortage, the tax increment financing zone, basically whatever revenue that is captured in that zone that cannot pay the annual debt service for the arena, the EDC has pledged to make up that difference in sales tax money. So that is city debt. That is not EDC debt, but EDC money is pledged toward that debt if not enough is generated within that zone to cover the annual debt service.
Is up to that? Is there what's the high number?
So the average the last 2 years is 700,000. Blanca, what was the high on the average of those 2 years?
From 2020 or I think it was 2019. I think it was around, oh, I don't have that. But last year, the actual was 569,000.
Yeah, so you could do the math there and figure out, right? And so moving forward, that number, looking ahead to the next budget, that number is probably going to go this way a little bit. But again, like we will not have that information until we get into the budget next month.
But there is, to our knowledge right now, there is no top cap. So if that tourist zone really performs poorly, then EDC would have to supplement the difference by the arrangement that was made a few years back.
Right.
And going back to the third lien on the 2019 new series, it's a third lien because the Ebony Hills, Parks and Rec, Santana, and the arena shortage have to be paid first before we could even pay for the 2019 new series. So those are priority. And then the 2019 new series come into second priority or third priority.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. President, you ready to do some concert? Cover some.
Sorry, you're breaking up there.
I said, are we ready to do some concerts to cover that cost?
We're gonna have to do something.
Yeah.
Maybe we make 281 into a toll road.
Especially with no cap. We need to.
How many years are we on the hook there for the arena shortage?
Is there a term run?
Mm-hmm.
So I think I got the question in terms of the years. It's through the duration of that tour zone, which that tours I believe is a 30-year.
Holy.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
We actually have that in the next item. If we want to.
Yeah. So most of these questions are answered in the next agenda item on the update of EDC and projects and properties. I think this is more of an overview of what we'll kind of have on the next year's budget format, and then whenever we have our budget session, we'll be able to break a lot more of it down and kind of plan for the 2021 fiscal year.
I had one question on the I understand like the arena and others, they generate some revenue that would offset, your debt, but the Santana does not, does it? I mean, is there any revenues being generated there?
Not right now. Again, that has some complexity with this compliance period, but obviously, there will be some assets remaining there towards the end of the compliance period, which is April 24th of 2022, and that's when we have the ability to recoup some of the assets to pay off that debt service. And I will say, just, when we look at this from our standpoint, Brian and Blanca and myself, this just goes to show that we want to make sure we're very deliberate on a return on investment strategy for everything we do moving forward.
Amen.
Yeah. And me, Blanca, Brian had a pretty long conversation the other day. We kind of went over a lot of things, and they're working line item by line item, get everything organized and coordinated for us. A lot of y'all don't know me, but I'm a stickler for numbers, and I like to see everything and make sure we're all on track and keep the budgets and everything in line. So they're definitely on the same page as all of us when it comes to that, and they're working the tails off, I promise you. So if we don't have any more questions on the budget format, I believe a lot of the things that we were asking on as far as the debt service will be answered in the next agenda item. Do we have any more questions as far as the budget format goes, guys?
No.
All right. Then we can move on to the update on the EDC projects and properties. Blanca, are you going to continue, or is Brian going to take over?
Yeah, it could be both of us.
Okay.
I'll just walk you through the Excel spreadsheet that Brian, and mainly Brian, I feel, has been working on, compiling the information on the EDC projects. You have this in your packet, and I also shared the Excel spreadsheet that it's more clear for you to see, and you can see it on the screen as well.
What page is that on?
It's the second page of item E, and if you're online, it's page 42.
Is everyone there?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So this is a living document. We're still going through several information to fill in some gaps here, but in the previous meeting, the board requested an overview of all the projects and incentives that the EDC has awarded within the last several years. And we were able to compile this list that is also partially reflected on the financials that Chris reviewed and will be included moving forward in fiscal year 21. So it's clear and we can budget accordingly per project. So the first column here is the EDC project. And we followed up with as many people as we could to ensure that we get an executor contract, ensure we have the right amount of incentives, and we have a balance, the capital investment, if it has one, how many jobs each of the projects created, and a project location for our knowledge, our contact name, our phone number, or their phone number, an email, and also the terms of each of the contracts. As you can see, some of them are still open, several are completed or settled, and then some are still unknown. We're still doing our homework and reviewing all the information and following up to ensure we get all the data on here. Moving forward to the bond finance projects, these are the Santana that we were talking about, the Ebony Hills, the emergency shelter, the Parks and Rec bond that was mentioned, and the 2019 bonds project. So these are all active, and these are the years of the dates of the agreements. And then these are the amounts, the balance on each of the bonds, and then when it's going to be through. Ryan, is that correct?
Yeah. Let me just jump in here. So, what we did here for the bond finance projects was line item each thing that was funded, and then went out and looked at the total debt service, principal and interest through the year that those bonds would mature. So, assuming we don't pay anything off early, that's generally what we would be looking at through the term on each one of those projects. The arena you will see underneath that, and again that's in italics because that if you look down at the note, that is city bonded debt. But as I mentioned a few minutes ago, the EDC has pledged that the sales tax will cover that shortfall. Beneath that, you will see the 2019 bond projects that were budgeted for. There we have the bond was for 10.84, and the total amount available we have to do those projects after fees and some other things we're trying to get our arms around right now is about 9.78. So that's what's in that row right there. The block has got highlighted, and then we've got some information about what's been spent on each one of those. Beneath that, just because we wanted to show everything here, these are not EDC agreements. These are city Chapter 380 agreements. The first two are property tax refund agreements. You can see in column M what the terms are for these projects. And then there was one very small one for a housing development here that was to pay back some infrastructure investment. But this is everything we have been able to piece together, given the state that the records were left for us when we made this transition. And there are some holes here. I have been trying to chase down people involved with each one of these projects to the best I can. And this is just going to sort of be a working document until we get until I'm able to chase down everything. But it's important because we needed to know how many of these projects are active, so I can work with Blanca on what our commitments are going to be for next fiscal year. So that was really the kind of the driving priority here. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on this before we move on to the property one.
Hey, Brian, it's Raul. I have a question. In looking at this document, obviously it's heavily filled with the years 2017, 18, and 19. Is that, and I know you weren't here, maybe Ron can answer, is that through a mandate of execution of an executive order of we're going to go out there and do these things? What about, is there anything else pending from 2010 or 12, 13? There's some 2013 in there, but it seems like a heavy indulgence of money dealt out in the last 3 years. Is that correct?
I can't really speak to that. I was not here. I've not been able to turn up any sort of strategic plan in the records that were left for us that could shed light on that. I don't know if I know some of you have been involved for a number of years, so if one of the board members wants to weigh in, please do so.
From my perspective on that, it's just really from an activity standpoint, older projects for the most part, all other things being equal, those would have already been closed out, so are not reflected as current debt service anymore. So you won't see those anymore so it was just time and record. So we're going to go back. I do want to add, so we're going to go back as far as we can on these projects just for, full transparency. And what we're also doing, and we're doing on the city side with any bond projects, anything that is a capital improvement project. I think we showed you last month a snapshot of our dashboard, but on our website, we do have a dashboard tool that is going to be publicly viewable, that anytime a board or there's a capital improvement projects that any governing body commits to, we'll have that in terms of how it was funded, what the budgeted amount was, what the progress is, so that we can keep a running, transparent dashboard of progress with these projects. So, but obviously we are prioritizing those that are current debt service and obligations. After we do this, which quite honestly, I'm extremely impressed in the amount of work that they've done, that Brian and Blanca has done, and we've tried to uncover just in a short time. But this is going to take a few more months to fully uncover, just in terms of the state of the record keeping.
Hey, Ron, one final question. Can it include a synopsis of are they even still around, the past projects that the board undertook or the EDC? Did they address in terms of, are they still same population in terms of employees, or did they come back after the 3-year term went away and they let folks go? Is there information regarding that? I see Bob's on there. They're no longer here. Santana's not. I mean, there's a lot of things that have occurred, but we're not getting, I don't think we're getting the full picture of, are we vetting the right prospects in terms of future? Maybe we can learn from it so we can make better decisions in the future.
And you are exactly right. So Brian, Blanca, and myself, really our priority with this is to make sure that there's sustainability of decision making long after we're gone, and long after maybe this board evolves and changes, because you're exactly right. We want all of these projects, good, bad, or indifferent, to be, decision-making tools for future investments. I don't know if you remember that last month we talked about, back to return on investments in terms of incentivizing, projects. It boils down to living wage jobs creation that's going to change the landscape of our community. So all of these we will learn from. So we will continue to uncover these publicly. publicly post these. And again, the strategy is so that they could be decision-making tools for yourself as we consider future opportunities.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I can definitely speak to that. I know there's a lot of digging still to do, but as these guys are covering it, they're definitely going to keep us apprised. A lot of things I asked for were like, what were the clawbacks, if any? What were the terms? And on some of the basically on the failed projects, and then on the ones that did succeed, what did we do right, so we can learn, and get that knowledge and kind of continue with that pace, and then hopefully blend a lot of that into a successful future.
We do, Mr. President, we do
Yes.
have one more spreadsheet that I'll review, just for your knowledge.
Okay. Oh, the properties?
Yes,
Please go ahead.
thank you. So this is a list of the EDC properties that we found, and we've been researching. So you can see we have the property address here. We have a legal description, the appraised value, and then we've added a Google map, and then the HCAD map, and then some notes for our use to ensure that we can identify and have conversations about these properties, potential tenants or current tenants, and then rent. And then we're adding more columns as we find more information on each of these properties. And with it, we did include a Google link on the email for you. So this is a Google link that Brian created, and hopefully you were able to click and play with it. But you can see here that we have EDC properties, and then EDC projects, and then we've recently added that CD 380 agreement, but that's for the city. But these two are the EDC information. So if you click, or you can zoom in or out, and you can click on the logo, and you can get information about the property or the project, because these are projects.
For properties. Yeah, so we all process information in different ways. Some of us are visual, some of us like the spreadsheets. We created this for those of you who prefer kind of a visual layout of where all the projects and properties are. Block it. If you go to the left under EDC projects in the menu and just hit the down arrow, or click on the down arrow there. You can see the same list that's in the spreadsheet. And if you go to the blue markers on the map and click on one of the markers, it'll bring up some of the same information that we've got in the spreadsheet that we've just added to the description on the map. So, just depending on how you like to consume information, we thought this would be helpful too. And, depending on how the board wants to move forward with this, this is something we can keep active and update as we go forward.
And something that Brian and I discovered recently in a conversation is that there's clusters. I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit. Clusters for industrial. And then we have our downtown area, and then we have our commercial area down here.
Yeah, it's sort of been interesting. We had kind of a impromptu call with some investors from Mexico City a couple of days ago, and we just pulled up this map and started kind of talking through some of this because they wanted to know about where some of the EDC properties were and sort of where the focus has been. And it's interesting when you sort of look at this spatially. We've got kind of a cluster of activity, as you would imagine, in the industrial park. We've got a nice collection of parcels around City Hall here that, as we think about a redevelopment plan downtown, which I know we're going to talk about here a little bit later in the agenda, there's some possibilities there. And then, if you look along Trent and some of the other commercial corridors, you can see the activity or the focus of that a lot of the investment's been targeted in previous years. We thought this was a nice way for those of us who like to look at maps and see it this way to be able to digest some of this. Might be easier.
And I applaud y'all for doing this because, you know, it's one, it helps us map it out, and like you guys easily saw that, hey, you know, 3 major areas, so it helps us kind of focus on, you know, what areas of our city are developing. And I like that it's online and open for everyone. And for me, it helps me out to, you know, figure out where things are out pretty quicker, you know, versus jumbling through all the paperwork.
Yeah, I second that. For once, I can see what we're talking about right by after meetings or before meetings. So I applaud.
Appreciate it. Danny, you're breaking up there, but I believe you said you applaud everybody.
It definitely helps us tell our story, and I think this is going to be a very powerful tool into soliciting new opportunities for sure.
I agree. Does anybody have any more questions or comments for Brian Blanca or Mr. Garza on the projects or properties?
I will just say last thing, moving forward, as we do some budget considerations next month and moving forward, you know, some of the math isn't as conservative as we would have liked. And especially when you go out for a bond, you are contractually committing yourself to producing those projects. So we're going to have to look at some of these estimates a little carefully to see where we can make up some of the difference. But that is definitely a consideration. But I think from a good standpoint, and I know the debt service, obviously it's concerning to all of us, but there's some projects in here that have already been funded. So I know moving forward for this fiscal year 21, we should still see a very productive fiscal year because a lot of these projects we can actually produce. So, you know, even though we don't have to commit more money to it, we're still going to see some outcomes this year. So it's definitely all not grim. I want to share that.
Ron, if I could just add one thing, looking here, is there a way we could add a date that we acquired these properties? Some of them were acquired for with plans for a developer to come in and develop something. And I'd just like to know the date on some of this property that was acquired, how long we've held it, and see how long we haven't done anything with it.
Yeah, we're going to populate anything that we can accurately verify. And when I say that very intentional because, you know, we've already found on the city and the EDC side that, you know, you hear stories of this was looked at to do this or this was considered to do that, but contractually or formally, that was never the case. So anything we can verify, we're going to include because I think that helps us tell the story. So, but the short answer is yes.
Yeah, that would help. Cause, the last found with that I was on the board with Roland and the other guys, there was a big developer out of Dallas that was going to develop a warehouse style restaurant close to Pan Am. So we were buying properties around there to make this project, and in the end, they kind of backed out. But it's I'm interested to know what other properties were acquired with that in mind.
Okay.
Seeing the dates, we'd kind of get a glimpse of all that.
Absolutely. Again, anything we can verify, we'll make sure to do that, especially acquired date of property. And I think how we acquired them, you know.
I agree. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Nope. All right. Moving on to the next agenda item. Discuss possible consideration to transfer and naming of North Park projects.
Right, taking that one, Brian? Yes, right. Okay, so in your packets, you had an agreement where it outlined the breakdown of the projects, and one of them was the North Park project. And as mentioned before, the North Park project is almost complete, and in that agreement, it is outlined that upon completion, the EDC is to transfer the property to the city. So we're getting ready to get a final completion on that, hopefully within a week or two. And we want to ensure we get everything ready to transfer that to the city and also provide a recommendation on the name of the park. It's usually called North Park, and we found that sometimes it's called Northside Park. Mostly North Park, but we wanted to get a recommendation from the board and the city council as well to name the park.
Well, one one suggestion I had on the name was since the Boys and Girls Club is right there back behind it, maybe the first person who brought the Boys and Girls Club to the city of Edinburg, if that person's still in resident or, if anybody knows who that individual is, I think it'd be kind of nice to name the park after that person.
That would be Mary A. Flores.
Mary A. Flores. Is she still around by any chance?
She lives in Houston right now. She's getting medical treatment actually for at MD Anderson, but it would be Mary A. Flores.
I think that would be kind of nice to.
Yeah, I think so too.
To name something after. I'm open to other suggestions, but that was just one of my other ones. Also, if we had any, maybe, veterans or maybe war heroes, or with the idea of school being back there, an educator or something like that, would be something that kind of ties into that little complex that they have there.
I agree with yours. Actually, I was going to suggest that, but I'm glad you did. Didn't have to come from me. Thank you.
No problem.
Could I ask, is there any way to get some information on Mary A. Flores? What would be a good resource for that?
Yes, I can gather that. The club could actually provide that information as well.
Okay. I can get with Adriana on that. Yeah. So to be clear, obviously from a city name, you can do this at any point, but obviously before we officially launch this park, this would be an efficient way to do this. This action item is, again, it's included in the bond, the required transfer over. And we did want to commit to taking any recommendations of names to the council for their consideration. I will say, just to be clear, that this item will be on the city council agenda for the September 15th item, so that this park can be substantially complete. So you won't see it for September 1st, but for those that are tracking this item, September 15th is when it'll be brought for consideration.
Perfect. And then on the budget for the park itself, I know that it was well over budget. I think 600 or 800,000 over budget because a splash pad was added. Did we figure out who or why we did that? I know our numbers are all over the place. I just wanted to see if we were able to track it down yet.
So those were just some different decisions made by the previous EDCs. And I guess we could say that that's kind of what I was making reference to earlier in this need to fulfill these obligations of these projects to the community. This is project 1 of 4 for that bond. Unfortunately, it is over budget. So, there's nothing we, as administrators or you as a governing body can do about that now, but that is going to be having to be considered on the other remaining 3 projects. So we will kind of continue to piece that story together. Why? But quite honestly, like any other project, it was kind of just an evolution of that project shaping up. So I will definitely commit to this, that whenever we finalize the required line items for the remaining projects, those will be hard caps for project management, that we will not exceed those budgets. So I definitely commit to that. But yes, we are over, and I believe the number's quite a bit higher than what you just mentioned, sir.
I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I remember my head going that.
I have a couple questions and a couple comments. Is there I'm just trying to refresh my memory. Is there a rendition in the packet? Oh, I see it. I found it. Okay. Is this, Roland, is this the park that we worked on?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And
Is this
at that time, I don't believe we were over budget on that.
Is this the one where we had to change the parking because of the turning of school buses and?
I believe one of the board members was requesting to see if they can have an additional ingress and egress added to the parking lot, but I don't think it got done.
Is this the same park where there was going to do initially baseball, softball fields, but?
Correct. Yes.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember that we changed a lot of the original layouts because of a school bus couldn't turn right in and out. There was only one way in and out. There was also some issues with the streets. They weren't lining up right as far as flow of traffic and turning. I think Roland brought that up, and Javier brought up the other thing about the school buses. We switched some of the things on the inside. We eliminated the baseball park and put a splash pad, and the initial budget was just, field and I think there was our lights. So when we put the splash pad, that increased the cost. Just little things and explanations. And I like the suggestions on the name. I just, the first thing that comes to mind, my suggestion is something to do on the positive side of this pandemic. A name that, I don't know, survivors or enduring, something, because the fact that this is actually completed during a pandemic is awesome and something positive during this time. And maybe it could always mark what we all went through. That's my suggestion. Whenever we look at the park 20 years from now, we can remember what all this was.
I agree with you. Just about anything positive right now is a welcome sight. And also on this, I'd asked, maybe one of the ways we could come up with the shortfall is for the Capable Kids Park, maybe, or the Texas Workforce Training, if there are any grants that might help us offset the budget, because I think all the projects on here are actually very good projects, and I don't believe we should cut them if we don't have to.
Yes, sir. We agree, and yeah, grant management. I think that is definitely an opportunity that we're already looking at, especially for the workforce project.
Any other suggestions on the naming? So to be clear, I do need to get a motion to transfer this to the board agenda for the city council agenda.
I make a motion to transfer to the city agenda for consideration.
I'll second.
And with the consideration of Mary A. Flores and maybe some kind of COVID-related memorial.
I agree with Dan, and that we need to kind of toss this around, and because since it's going to be around for a long time, I think it'd be good to honor some survivors or somebody during this time, so we can remember this.
Okay. So then so the motion is to approve the transfer with Mary A. Flores' suggestion, as well as some kind of COVID memorial remembrance.
Correct.
Okay. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye or raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. All right. Moving on to agenda item G, presentation on digital workshop with UTRGV Entrepreneurs and Commercialization Center.
Ron, did you want me to address people on this one?
I was going to ask Veronica, you represent DCRG, if you knew anything about this. You're
Actually,
more than welcome. Okay, I'll go for it.
I do, because the ECC, which is our Entrepreneurship and Commercialization Center, is under my direction. They directly report to me. So our ECC helps businesses to start up or to scale up. And when we were speaking last meeting about how we had so many businesses that we've realized through the Spark program are having to make really quick adjustments due to the pandemic, but may not actually know how to do it, especially small mom and pop businesses, restaurants, small stores, and even people who have their own business out of their home but don't know how to turn it into a moneymaker for them. I thought about this program because it's something we did in Brownsville. We had teamed up with the Brownsville Community Incentive Corporation, Improvement Corporation. They're one of their EDC arms. And we had worked with them on providing 3 different seminars. And what they did was they said, we want to provide these seminars to up to 300 people. And I think they used some money through CARES, and they were able to provide it. We did the seminars, and then they, through the chamber and through different organizations there, were able to find a lot of participants to attend these seminars. So the first one talks about technologies for your food industry or retail industry. And so how do you go online? How do you sell online? How do you set all that up? The second one is on Google tools for your business, and that's on marketing your business through technology. And then the third one was on how do you sell on Etsy or eBay or Amazon? And that one is good for small businesses, but also for people that are working, let's say, out of their home and have a business and they want to be able to sell. So these 3 sessions can be offered, and anyone could take the training. They could take 1, 2, or the third. And what I was wanting to propose is that we consider, I don't know if CARES funds are available for this, but we consider using some funds to say that we want to make it open to a certain number of people. I don't know if 100, 200, or like Brownsville did 300. It's $50 per person, and it could be sponsored by the EDC. But the good thing about it is that it could get our chamber involved by actually advertising it out to all the businesses. It would be a win for the city, because if the businesses increase their sales, we're seeing increased revenues for the city. And overall, it will help them to just learn how to make their business more successful, both online and in person, when they can go back to being in person. I think a lot of people will kind of have a combination of the two even after this pandemic subsides. So that's really what it is. And what I did was I put together a sheet with some Q&A that I thought people might have, questions that might come up, and answers to each of those questions on how do you sign up for it, how's the training delivered, and so forth.
Veronica, I have a question for you. Do you think that there could be a share or a marketable share to market this? Because this is something that exactly thinking that we need, and we need to get to move on it fast, because a lot of businesses are having a hard time, and every day it's just getting. And but I'm talking about marketing, letting it out on television or things like that. We could maybe have a joint.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could market it in numerous ways. I mean, the city's done a great job on their Facebook Live and some other social media. We could also do it through the chamber. The chamber has a list now of so many cities that are members of the chamber. I know Aaron's our current president of the chamber. I'm the incoming president. But so we always look for an opportunity to advertise to the local businesses on how they can get more creative and how they can learn more so that their business becomes more successful. And we can deliver this as early as mid-September. So by next month, we can have all of these online. I think our businesses are going to be selling online for quite some time. And we want to make sure that they have all their, all the tools that are available to them.
Hey, Veronica, was your Brownsville initiative, was that done via Zoom or was it on online training?
It's done via Zoom. All of this is done via Zoom. So they sign up, they try to keep it to about 25 to 30 participants per session, with the ability, of course, to offer the same session 2 or 3 times if the numbers require it. But they do it through Zoom so that they can have interaction, and they actually get some local businesses that are already using the platforms to come on and to share their experience and how it's affected their sales and their revenue during the pandemic.
Yeah, no, I think this is great. And the reason why I ask is that, unfortunately, those that even need it most will have even trouble getting on Zoom.
Yeah.
And so
some might.
You know, we're in a pickle there in terms of the folks who need this delivery may not be able to even get on. So how do we, this is a question of the board and the chamber maybe even, how do we get that training aspect of it? Because if you don't get those fundamentals, you can't get this. So.
And do you mean because they don't know how to use Zoom, or do you mean because they don't have access to the internet or to computers for it?
They don't have access to internet, Zoom, technology, just the whole gamut, unfortunately, that we run into down here in the Valley.
Well, because the Zoom is free.
Sure.
But I think we could, we might even consider like a computer lab where people could come and we could have social distancing at the computer lab for those who don't have access to a computer. But I mean, a lot of people now they can even access this on their phone, on your mobile device.
And
well, I almost looked at it from how do we create a mentorship type of program where I can take on 10 businesses and you take on 10 and we grow exponentially by teaching people, and they go out and teach others, almost creating a training environment within ourselves, because it's vastly needed. I visit small restaurants. A lot of them are my clients, my tenants. There's a lot of lost folks out there. They don't want to be lost. They just don't know where to get attainable information and how to get on. I mean, it's amazing. Just amazing.
And we had this discussion the other day on our chamber board meeting. There's roughly 3,700 businesses in Edinburg, and of those, only 420 are members of the chamber. So how do we work with the city and this program to kind of encompass as many people as we can? It's a little bit of a catch-22, right? So with that, I don't know if this is a Ron question or a Brian question, but is any part of the CARES funding or any of the grants and stuff that we've gotten, is there any way to utilize some of those funds to, for these kind of programs for all the businesses, or, kind of figure out a way to like streamline? And I know the chamber does a good job of handling businesses and things like that. Maybe we use those funds to pay for the program and make them members for a year or something like that, kind of, worded properly to where they're under a membership but get all of these benefits, and let, Ronnie and the team over there that's already handling businesses kind of do it and take it off of the city and the EDC's plate.
Sure, yeah, there may be an opportunity here. Just so I can better understand this, does the university, their cost incurred is going to be dependent on the number of people that actually do it, or it's kind of a flat fee? And do you know what that fee is by chance?
Well, the fee is $50 per person, and what they would prefer to do, just so they get a better idea, is have an idea of how many people would the city or the EDC want to serve. So like if you say you want to serve 100, you're looking at $5,000 for 100 people to be served. And then they would register them. They'd submit back to you those businesses that registered and attended the training, so that you would know exactly who it was that benefited from the training.
Okay. I really think there could be a possibility here to explore it from the city standpoint. and really connect this to Spark program, because we already have that kind of that roster, so to speak. Would Veronica, would Linda be the one to coordinate, kind of facilitate putting this together with us?
Yes, she would.
Okay.
And they can do it in both English and Spanish too, which I think is really important for our
Wow,
area.
that's excellent. Okay. So we can say this from the city that we'll reach out to Linda and definitely have Ronnie also with the chamber join us in terms of coordinating it. But again, I think we have a bit of a jump on this. Instead of starting this from scratch, we have all the Spark roster, which, Brian, between Spark 1 and Spark 2, what was the total number? Was it somewhere in the neighborhood of about 1,000 businesses?
Yeah, we'll be up around 900. So I think.
Oh, that's terrific. Yeah, you've already got a database basically then of all the businesses that are.
And to take Veronica's suggestion and Ron, I forgot who mentioned, someone who may need the computer lab. But it would I think this might pay for itself. If we get this many businesses and teach them how to sell online and they're not doing it currently, that's an extra revenue stream for them, which in turn is sales tax for us in the city, and may help those losses that we're projecting for the future to may not shrink them fully, but I think it can't hurt. And for $50 a business, it seems like a pretty fair investment.
Yeah, there's things like Grubhub and Favor and some of these other programs that I think would be Shopify that are probably fairly simple, but people have to be shown the steps 1, 2, 3 of how to do it. But once they get on those programs, it could really increase their sales.
Absolutely, yes. If we can move fairly quickly, there may be an opportunity to fund this through the city.
Okay.
So we can coordinate a call tomorrow or Thursday with Linda.
Sounds good. I just wanted to bring it to your attention because when you started talking about Spark, I thought it really seemed to fit in with what you were mentioning on businesses and the need.
I'd like to also address, because you did talk about, so I do want to mention that Ronnie and I had talked about getting creative to do kind of a 1-year membership or a base membership for all businesses in the city that are registered. And then from there, they can buy up different tiers. But I do want to let you know that we did engage in conversations like that. As long as we did it in a way that it would have a net positive for the chamber, not negative by taking out, revenue.
Yeah, and I think it'd be great because they have so much of the process already in place, and it gets it off the city and the EDC's plate. Adding it on Ron, they already have the capacity to do it, and as long as it's beneficial to everyone, I think it's a great idea. I'm glad y'all are talking about that already. All right. Any other further discussion on the digital workshop? Great. Moving on to other business. Ms. Walker, I believe this is your agenda item here.
Yes, I received this email, and I just wanted to make sure that it got addressed. And I got some information on it, but they were concerned about the downtown area and how was the city and EDC going to, I guess, revitalize, particularly based on the development of the courthouse. And so I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of the question out there and have an opportunity to address that.
So I know Roland, Dan, and myself can speak to some of this. I know for years that there's been a downtown district idea wanting to create around the courthouse, grow it, make it better. And I believe Dan said even, them EDC purchasing land for, developing just by the pergola over here in between UTRGV and City Hall. There's been a lot of things that have been discussed and efforts. I know there was grants actually in the past also that grant matches for the businesses in downtown. If they put in up to, I think it was $50,000, it was a grant that would actually match for the beautification and the exterior and things like that. It's been slow moving, and I think we all know it. We have this beautiful courthouse going up, and there's a lot of old stuff around there, and I don't think it's out of sight of anybody. But getting a downtown going is a little harder than I think all of us realize. But I know that it's part of the new the new plan, and I think Ron might be able to shed a little bit more light on that as well.
Yeah, I just want to share from the city's perspective, and this was such an awesome email to read. And
yes.
I mean, it really excited all of us, and it excites us because this is the vision. So I'll just say a couple things. So, one thing to consider is that the area around the courthouse and 107 to I-69, once that construction starts, that's going to be a major transition, because they're literally taking the ground all the way down. I mean, the street will be removed to do new infrastructure and drainage, but what we're going to be left with there is, especially around the courthouse, that is going to be the largest roundabout essentially in the state of Texas. So we're already looking at ways for our unified development code to do some things from the courthouse to I-69. Our new capital improvements list that we're proposing for the city does have certain things that address so many different elements of this, like a welcome to Edinburg sign, bike lane improvements, all kinds of things that sprinkle in improvements of what we're doing here. Construction is a big disruption. One thing that I'd like to propose, and I think the EDC could really take the charge on this, because once construction starts next year, it's going to be disrupted for a while. But one thing we can do is do like a pop-up, either a weekend, pop-up week. We could do a pop-up month where we really promote the vision and we make it. So let's say we want to do a pop-up week. We promote this initiative where we take all the vacant buildings and let other vendors, so we basically lease them for a short period of time. And we let small businesses set up shop there, set up cafes, food trucks, whatever, but we basically recreate the vision of this before they do construction, so that during those years of construction, this community will basically settle for nothing less than what we inspired in that vision. So we can kind of do a pop-up visionary downtown. But again, there's a lot on this email that we are committing to for the next capital improvement list, which part of my commitment was that all of those will be 12-month projects. So Mr. Smith is spot on. This is just awesome. And I need all of us on this call to help really use this as a catalyst to keep us motivated and actually do it, not just visualize it. So. Yeah.
Hey, Ron, if I may add, I totally enjoyed reading his email, which truly put perspective in terms of what I believe when I talk to folks around Edinburg, and they know what I'm engaged in with and participating in. One of the biggest things I'm asked, well, where are y'all putting your money? Number one question asked. We hear these bigger companies, and we never hear outcomes, and we never hear solutions. And Mr. Smith's email hit to the core of what I believe is a part of our strategy should be is the engagement of this small business owner. We're giving $500,000 to Bert Ogden, and we give 1.2 to Santana, and we give, and granted we give a few thousand if you want to upgrade your facade up front, but that's not, I don't think, what the small business owner is needing as we move forward. But I think part of the strategy is, instead of buying land, hoping something develops, why not also engage in, if there's a property for sale, maybe that's the right property EDC should be buying in that downtown area. to direct it as we see fit, as you said, lower rates and rent or particular street that we want nothing but restaurants. This is not a one-year deal. This is going to be a long-term plan, but at least it sets that in motion because the community wants this.
Amen.
They want this. And I think we have a great opportunity to deliver.
You know, one part here that we also are doing some significant commitments to is this, you know, and he mentions the bike path, but, you know, multimodal transportation. And we are looking at already with Valley Metro, with the transit center, creating more transit routes that would be compressed routes so that we could kind of get people, and that's the key to almost any downtown area, getting ease of mobility. So we do know that we need to make better connections we do have bus routes that go through the city and connect point A to point B, but we're going to look at it as a way to kind of connect point A to point A a lot, you know, more circular type routes. But that's another piece that we are also committing to for this next fiscal year on the city budget side.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say the university has been looking at, you know, a bike trail and really just surrounding the whole university with more mobility with a bike trail and walking trail. But also we've talked to previous administrations on how do we make this a more university-friendly city, because we have the population. We have a lot of young people that are looking for an opportunity for a place to go, a place to eat, a place to just hang out, a coffee shop here and there. So this was music to my ears reading this email, because it's what we've been talking about. Even the mixed housing where you have the retail on the bottom and the apartments on the top. I think so much the downtown area could grow so much, and the people that work and live in Edinburg would have places to go that currently might not be available. So I think you're right. You know, everybody that's spoken about drawing people here and having that the community wants it. I think the community very much wants to see the fruit of the labor, and they want to see it in our downtown area.
I was going to add, Veronica, that I think that the board is pretty much wanting to...
You're breaking up, sorry.
That pretty much I feel that the board is in sync in wanting to promote the city and wanting to offer some hope to the city, to the people in Edinburg. You know, it's been grim news. Every day we turn on the news and we're getting news about how many deaths, how many people sick. But I think that we need to do something to counter it, to kind of give businesses hope. You know, the mood is just it just feels bad. It feels bad. Well, we need to maybe do some type of advertisement that we can some commercials that we can do even through social media and things to kind of give people some hope that, you know what, tomorrow's going to be better, and we're looking at a better tomorrow, and motivate business, motivate people, you know, to get with it and let's fight this thing. You know, let's not give up.
And Ron, I second that opinion there, but also, Ron, I love that idea of doing the pop-up shops for small businesses, mom and pops, and then is your idea basically be kind of lease out the building for an X amount of months and let the businesses kind of go in there like free of charge or for lower rent, or how do you want to?
Usually a pop-up is a short period of time. You could literally do one Saturday, but something like this, maybe we just do a designated 2-week period in the fall or the spring when the weather's nice. But, you know, and we encourage people for free to kind of register for these opportunities, and just we infuse what it could be. And we just leave people with a vision where people could, you know, we close streets, that everything we want it to be, we do it. You know, we put a little resources to do it for a 2-week period would make an impression.
Like a downtown marketplace, maybe something like that.
So something like that. We have McIntyre. That's just such a beautiful promenade. We talk about that all the time. There's a lot we could definitely do. The only disclaimer I'll make to this email, because I know it talks about the vision of the old city hall, but That's our emergency operations center, so we can't touch that one. But all the rest, for sure, we're good.
Ron, I was reading, Ron, when you talked about lengthy construction. Were you referring to the courthouse?
The construction?
Yeah, so it's going to be the road infrastructure, I believe, right?
I-59, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be University 107, the roundabout, the courthouse, and 107 from the courthouse to I-69. They're literally pulling the ground up to do infrastructure. So the whole street will be removed.
Okay. Is the courthouse going to have a multi-level parking?
So they're still proposing that on one block just north of Klausner. That's kind of the next phase. That's why transit's going to close the gap. While I am thinking about what I just said in relation to this email, one thing that I do have an issue, even though this roundabout concept is really cool, they're not planning for any kind of protected lane for pedestrian or bike access around that circle besides a sidewalk. So something later that I'll give you for information, because if we need to continue to advocate for that. But McIntyre right here, this promenade that goes through, we would love to continue that around that roundabout, really all the way to I-69. It's a 60-foot wide walkway, which would just be awesome.
Yeah, okay.
Ron, I know the plan quite a long time ago was to have all lanes from I-69 in to the courthouse and have the road just behind it, just to the north. I think it's McIntyre, be the only exit out. So basically 107 would only be an inbound road to the courthouse, and then the outbound road to the highway would be McIntyre straight all the way out. That was
Yeah, so that's the way it's looking right now. There's still a few public comment periods for those opportunities, but right now that is a proposal, one way in and one way roundabout.
Yeah, I do like Tim Smith's email. The board I was a part of, we had made it a point that we wanted to work on downtown, and I think now with the construction of the courthouse moving swiftly, I think that should be one of our main focuses. Yes, we've got like Ron said, we're spending $500,000 on businesses somewhere else. We need to concentrate and at least make one of our goals to fix our downtown. That project that I was talking about that we purchased land was something. It was an idea out of the Dallas area where a large enclosed building, and inside you had several vendors, restaurants. So it was like a cafeteria style with kind of like the way the mall is, with a lot of vendors that you could go to one place and have all kinds of food. And there was gonna have a bar in there and kind of that idea. I don't remember the name of the business in Dallas that it was modeled after, but we were moving along, and then the negotiations fell through. I don't remember exactly why. But we were doing that, and that was going to be that property. It was going to be between City Hall or the city office, city buildings, and Pan Am, that general area. One of the things that we talked about with the previous board was that our Edinburg offices, the City Hall area, after the close of business, it's wide open. I thought we could do like a food truck Thursday where we invite all the local restaurants to set up shop there and have one place where the go taste all the different themed restaurants and what have you there. I don't know, once a month or whatever. We talked about that right before the whole pandemic, but it never got to move forward on that.
Great. I appreciate all the comments. I know that it's already 5:50, a little pressed for time here. We're running an hour and 50 minutes in. But is anybody else have any more comments or questions on the downtown Tim Smith's email?
I just want to remind everyone that the comprehensive plan engagement sessions are going to be coming up in the next, 6 weeks or so. So that would be a perfect opportunity to make sure we document all our vision.
I agree. And Ms. Walker, I really appreciate you sharing this email with us and the board. All right. With no other business, I'll entertain a motion to enter executive session at 5:52.
I make the motion to enter executive session.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye or raising your right hand.
Aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Entering executive still at 5:52. saying aye or raising your right hand.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Re-entering open session at 6:41 p.m. No action was taken in executive session, and I removed myself from executive from 6:08 p.m. to 6:20 p.m. For the record. If there's no other business to discuss, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. I know it was a long meeting. They tend to be pretty long, but I appreciate your time. Stay safe and look forward to speaking with you all in the future.
Thank you.